Welcome to another stream. Welcome to a Asylum Atelier. I'm sorry. Welcome to a painting discourse. Today I'm going to continue with Cyril and Methodius painting, a fragment painting that I'm working on as a part of that exploration that I talk a lot during these streams. So I don't want to really repeat myself over and over again with the same information. So rather than that, I want to remind you that this is the video that you should not watch. You should paint alongside with me. That's the best way. I think that that's the only way to really enjoy these videos. And I want to repeat it at the beginning of every stream because it's very important for me. I do these things not necessarily to give you some secret knowledge about how to paint, like some secret recipe. This is more about how much time does it take to get to a certain point in terms of painting. This is an oil paint medium that I use. It requires patience, I guess. That will be probably the best way to describe it. And also dedication. Oil medium is, I think, one of the most difficult to handle, if not the most difficult to handle. So it really requires not only your time, but also, like I said, your dedication and your full focus. Mine, for sure. On top of other things, because learning how to paint in oil, it's just the beginning. It's like learning your alphabet before you start writing. So I would really encourage you not to waste your time just watching videos just as a relaxing time and hoping then tomorrow morning you're going to start painting, because that's just not going to happen. And I don't want to destroy your dream about procrastinating and being able to paint, because that's what I thought that's going to happen and it didn't. So I encourage you, please, if you are watching this video, put it into your background, the way that you can still listen and you can still look at it, set up your own station and start to create your own work of art. And since this is a painting discourse, I encourage you to join that discourse, either with questions or maybe comments that would improve even what I'm working on. Because after all, painting it's a long run. It's not a short distance sprint. It's a really long run. Uphill battle. Even I might use these words, because you will never stop improving no, we will never stop improving. You should never stop improving your skill set and your understanding and your sense for that medium. Because like I talked before a lot about this, especially when it comes to people or painters like Rembrandt or Velasquez that I both have opened right here. The more you look at their work or their work throughout their life, you see these improvements. For you and me looking and flipping through the book from beginning to the end, I see the improvement immediately. But from painting to painting, it's very incremental. So sometimes you won't be able to notice the improvement. It's from one mixture to another, from one brush stroke to another. So thinking that, oh, I painted this and I like it, and I don't know, and I shouldn't move it because what if I won't be able to paint it as good again? It's a false idea. You will, every another pass of paint, it's going to be better, incrementally better. You might not like it, but you will learn something new. And you might learn the same thing that I'm learning every day is that most of the time, most of the things that you do are mistakes, and you have to be able to correct those mistakes or take advantage of them. So do not hesitate. Do not be afraid to to dive into these random thoughts, random ideas, random brushstrokes. Not because you don't have anything else to do, but more about, that's more in terms of I need to see it in order for me to believe that it's possible. And that's that. I remember my, and I'm repeating this story for sure, but it's very important. It's one of those moments, aha moments, that you start looking at the problems from a different perspective, especially with the painting, and then maybe you can apply it for your day-to-day life as well. Is that my master from the studio once told me when we were just sitting and talking about a painting or drawing for that matter, because I remember that it was in drawing class. And he said that in order for you to believe what you do, you have to see it on the paper. But problem is that in order to see it, you have to believe in it. So, and he brought that example with difference between, well, maybe you might be able to see it. He brought that because we were talking about, I remember I think I was drawing it was a sculpture, it doesn't really matter. And I had a problem with seeing all the forms that are there, all the planes. And he was trying to tell me that even though I don't see those planes there, they're 100% there, because that's how the structure of the sculpture, or for a skull, for this particular reason, is. There is a front plane, there is a side plane, there is a top plane, there is a bottom plane, right? So I know that they are there. So I have to believe that they are there. I have to be 100% sure that they are there in order for me to see these changes in the planes and the shifts in the values. But in order for me to believe in them, I have to see them. So it's that, catch-22, the enclosed circle that it's difficult to, to get into. But the moment you start believing in what you see and seeing what you believe in, when it comes to, especially when it comes to painting and drawing, it's going to make your fundamentals and your how would I put this? It's going to make your results better. Let me put it that way, just for sake of argument and short amount of time that I want to spend with these, introduction or pep talks, or rants. I would call them rants, and these are happening. These outbursts of talking points for me. These are completely random. I don't have a paper that I schedule it or that I brainstorm what I'm going to talk about. Today morning I have a discussion with a friend of mine, artist as well, and we were just talking about that. How much in painting and oil painting or drawing for that matter, how much goes into learning how to see rather than just paint itself, analyzing these enormous amount of inputs that are all over the place, simplifying them, and then choosing which of these inputs, these information, colors, tones, values, lights, shadows, and differences are important for us to paint, and what needs to be subtracted from that noise. So, and that will be the name of the game for today as well, because I placed some paint there. I put some, I made some changes. I did some adjustments, and I really want to continue with that incremental improvements, not only in the painting, the handling and technique, but also with the composition and with overall message that I want to communicate with the viewer. So, and that should be something to really think about, and especially with your own work as well. And it doesn't matter whether you are a sculptor or digital character designer or I don't know, landscape painter, landscape painter. It doesn't really matter. You can be a writer for that matter. The important part is that creativity. Let me rephrase it. The important part is that instead of focusing on how to paint a portrait, you want to get so comfortable with painting portraits or hands or feet or whatever, the hills or trees, to the point that you are not thinking about, oh, how to draw nose, how to paint eyes, how to render mouth, but rather, is this nose, mouth, and face overall expressing and communicating the message that I want to communicate? And that's the moment, and I think that was the most difficult, I would say, milestone in painting for me, when I realized that, oh, well, it's not that difficult to paint. When you painted eye for 170th time that year, you're kind of familiar with how to paint eyes. And it took me a long time to disconnect from the idea that perfect eye, it's equal perfect painting, because it's not true. And I couldn't understand that. And I don't want you to go that route and spend, I don't know, 5 years of battling. I don't want you to. Yeah, I have to say it that way. I don't think I have a better explanation for that. I don't want you to spend your time, years, in the same mistakes that I did. So take advantage of this, what I'm doing here. Look at all these mistakes, look at all these compositional ideas that goes through my mind, and the changes that I do, and either implement them in your work if you like them, but if you don't like them, avoid these things, avoid these mistakes, avoid this kind of either compositional or I don't know, the paint application things that I do. I'm not really, I don't feel offended, because I understand there's plenty of art that I like to look, but I don't like to paint that way. There is plenty of art, there's a plethora of paintings that I can't even stand to look at, because I think that they are cheesy, they're not good. I'm not going to name them, but it's the beauty is in the eye of a beholder. So there are people that like what I do, there are people that dislike what I do, and that's okay, and it should be that way. I shouldn't be annoyed, I shouldn't be embarrassed, I shouldn't be defensive. So shouldn't you, right? So I don't want to go on a tangent and continue with this rant about liking or disliking. It's just accepting the fact that certain things you like and you dislike. That's it. And that would help you to free yourself from that pressure of how other people are going to perceive your work. It's important to think about it, but it shouldn't hold you back. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And maybe if I would prepare these introductions or intros for the streams, it wouldn't take me 20 minutes to get to that point. So, but I don't want to do it. I want it to be spontaneous, and plus I want it to be informative, and I want you to feel comfortable to kind of arrive to that final statement. Same as I'm trying to arrive with any of my paintings. Because there is a thought that it all starts with, and then results are rarely identical. And if they are, oh wow, that would be awesome. It would be awesome if I can imagine something cool in my head and then extrapolate it from my head one to one. I don't think it's even possible. Well, maybe it is. Maybe some of you know how to do it. And if there is someone that knows how to do it, by all means, please let me know. Write an essay or research paper and just publish it, and link it and let me read it, because that would be awesome to get that knowledge. And that goes for everything. I don't really, when I say that you should join this painting this course, I would like you to actually bring some valid points in some kind of longer format than just a comment, how I do this, or I don't like this, or this is not correct, or this is correct, I agree, I disagree. Only because I want you to really dive into what you think would work, and not only what you think would work. If you remember, I talked about that. Most of the questions about painting and composition are theoretical. Answers are in practice, or in actual applying the paint on the canvas. So if you bring some relevant points, you should probably, not you should, I want you to show and share these experiments and these endeavors of yours. So keep this in mind as well, that everything that you do might serve and help others. And it might not, but it might. And if I can help 1 or 2 or 3 people to get better with painting, that's already enormous success in my eyes, in my view. So I hope that while I was talking and you were, I don't know, preparing your tea, coffee, your setup, that you are ready and we can dive right into painting, because you know what's going to happen. You watch these streams, the glove is on, and a painting is going to start. So where were we yesterday? Yesterday I was talking about having all these pieces in place, and then based on having all these pieces in its place, I can start changing certain things. And right now, and I don't know if it's me or it's just the fact that I put everything down. I feel that composition works. I really do, overall composition. But I want it to stand out even more, because right now I'm in the stage of, how would I put this? I'm in the stage of, well, a lot of painters and a lot of classes and a lot of educators and masters, for that matter, like to use examples with construction, right? So you need to have a strong fundamentals in order to get really, really good, tall, strong building, right? So so these fundamentals would be the alphabet for writers, and scales for musicians, practicing scales for musicians. I'm talking about scales for a musician that plays on the piano, right? So that will be the fundamentals. So you understand what the keyboard is, you understand how to press on the key, you know how to put your hand on the keyboard to get the most out of these 5 fingers that you have. In drawing, there will be anatomy, there will be understanding of, for me, especially for someone who deals with a figurative art. So there will be those fundamentals. So you have these fundamentals down. And we put them there. I have a figure that's standing where it's supposed to, It doesn't mean that if I know how to draw a figure that stands when I want it to, that it's compositionally sound and it's compositionally correct, right? So, and this is the stage where I am satisfied with composition. I'm satisfied with composition in terms of, it's like I created a template for a composition right now. So if I would use a construction terminology, probably I would say I have a strong concrete fundament or fundamentals, right? So they're there. I know that these are people. It is probably unmistakable. Maybe they sometimes look like a hobbits, yes, because of feet and hands and so on and so forth. Okay, but you wouldn't mistake these for I don't know, dogs or cats, right? So I have that, and I also have like a main walls. So I created a main walls, and I know right now that on top of this fundament, it's going to be are going to be these walls, and I put them there. I don't have rooms, I don't have furnitures, I don't have anything else there. It's just a concrete fundament and walls. I still need a roof, I need other bunch of stuff for construction. In terms of music, I would call this that you're trying to create a symphony, and I'm somewhere, I don't know, like a 5 to 10 seconds loop of music or tones or melody that you can hear in the elevator. I don't want to insult anybody, but it's not even close to be symphony, but you already have something that you like, right? So you already have some catchy tune in your head, and you can right now start developing these things. And that's where I am right now. And what do I mean by that? Well, I like the motion, I like the S-curves that's going there, and I was working really, really hard explaining every other every decisions that I made supposed to help that, right? So so that's that. So I have that overall arching theme. I have it better in my head because I seeing certain things with already additional parts, right? So I kind of know what I want to have here. I kind of know what I want to have here and here. You don't see it. Viewers won't be able to see it. So for viewer, this is right now very plain, uninteresting, uninspiring, non-active, boring painting. Yeah, it has everything that it's supposed to have for a painting. It has some painterly stuff. It has some colors. It has some faces. It has some, I don't know, some ground plane, middle plane, ground plane. It has a foreground, middle ground, background. It has some, overall okay proportions. But this is not even close to be a finished painting. This is not even close to be a fully developed composition. Right now it's in that stage that I was talking about yesterday and many times before. It's that kind of a gray, not even gray, it's that Delacroix painted in terms of described everything in its form stage, and right now I want to push it forward and I want to start adding more saturation. I'm gonna start adding more details within the boundaries of these shapes to create a little bit more interest, to create something that would help me to grab your attention, and then help viewer to be interested in exploring this painting. Because as it is right now, I don't see the reason why would you look at this painting unless you are trapped in the room or in the museum overnight in the one room, and this is the only painting there. Well, you're probably going to look at it, because what else are you going to do? And you don't have your cell phone, you don't have your device, any of your devices. So you are there, and there's the rooms, there is a bed there, and or chair and the painting. So maybe in that case, you will be forced to look at it and examine it. And right now what I want to do, and I want to start working on, it's to bring this painting to life in terms of saturation. I want to push all these ideas. So if it's a diagonally or vertically or horizontally driven, I want to push these things. I want to bring it more towards us. And that's a difficult task, I think. And it's difficult for multiple reasons. It's a large painting, so it requires a lot of this information being there. And second, it could be a never-ending story of trying to find that. In this stage, I like to go back to my very initial sketch. Not this one that you see there, but really a small one, where it's just the idea, just that, you know, the spark, the main source of that, of why I started to paint, why I wanted to paint this in the large scale, and apply there. That means that, you know, at this point, I want to take a brush, like a large brush, and I want to start painting like so, like this, throughout the whole painting. I know that it's dangerous. I know that I shouldn't, because I already have a lot of information there, but I would love to start doing it. And I don't think I'm procrastinating. I think I'm afraid to do that, because there is so much that I put into this. So yeah, I will have to do it at some point. I think I would have to do it at some point. And maybe that point is today. I don't know. Maybe that point is today. And what if I will just, I don't know. I think that this needs to recede into the background a little bit more, I think. Let me see. And, you know, I'm being honest with myself, and you should too. And I've been actually, you know, sitting and thinking about this for a while. I'm sorry, I'm out of the frame and you can't even see me. You can't hear me. I'm still here. I'm still here. So I have a couple options right now, and I think well, let me do this. Let me push this portrait. Let me really push it. Try to push it. Because it looks flat to me right now compared to other ones. And the reason why it looks flat is because I have a feeling that it is because it doesn't have any textures. It's really soft. You know, I don't even have anything. Well, maybe here is a little bit and here's a little bit, but it's all kind of a, you know, scraped and sanded down. And the reason why I want to push that portrait is because, again, it would help me. It would show me how much other thing needs to be developed, right? Because I put this portrait right here, and it's really fighting for the attention with other ones. And again, this is painted differently than this is. This is painted differently than this, and this is painted differently than this, and this is painted differently than this that I did in the background. And the reason is, and I mentioned this a couple times before, is that I'm exploring the possibilities of how to paint and what would be the best way to paint it. So, yeah, I think I'm going to sand this little down, this down a little bit. Let me scrape some of the paint. And the reason why I'm sanding it is because I wanted to make it less dominant, less pronounced. I don't even know how to what words to use to describe it. I want to create that kind of a better connection between these patches of color. And I love to use this technique because if I have some hard edge and I want to make it softer, I'm searching for a, and this is very soft sanding, and I'm searching for some other underline, not underline, some underpainting. And instead of just, you know, smudging it together, I'm just sanding it down and searching for that. And this is something that, you know, might work or might not work, because I can't really control how much or what kind of layer I'm going to hit underneath. I really don't know that. So I'm knocking it back a little bit. And I don't think it's even visible, but I want it to be a little less dominant there. And it might be a mistake because if I start developing this portrait right here, it could fall even more into a distance, and it might be let me just clean it a little bit. Oh no, I don't have a paper towels. Well, that is an issue. That is an issue. So I might be I'll have to run to store and get more. Okay, so I knocked it down a little bit, and I see that if I start painting right now, I would right now when it's connected a little bit more, some of the definition of that volume kind of disappeared. That's okay. It flattened that portrait a little bit, but that's not a problem because I can right now come into this painting again and start painting on top of it. Why is this part so dark, right? And the same thing goes for this portrait right here. This was already sent. I already sent this, so oops, there was a paint right there. So I can start painting directly on that. Let me go to get that paper towels. So I'll be right back. back. I'm sorry about that, but it happens. Unexpected shortage of materials. So, as I was saying, I hope that while I was running around the historic center with my these are not flip-flops, but loafers, I guess you would call them, maybe, I don't know. I hope that you were painting and working on your own projects, which is always cool to do. So, like I said, either I'm going to push the portrait there, or I can start actually, I was thinking while I was, running around, then maybe I could push this guy a little bit more, then this guy a little bit more, and kind of push that towards here. That might be another way to think of that. So maybe we can do both. Maybe I can push this a little bit more, and then move here and there, so I don't look still, or I don't work on the same image over and over and over again, right? So let me see if I have some. Let me see if I have some references for that. For that portrait, because most likely I again used myself as an example. Yeah, I don't think I have that reference. So maybe I could use some random ones, and again invent and combine a couple different ones. I think that might work. So let's see if I have some references. And the reason why I like to work from imagination is that it 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 helps me to paint the way that it's like a non-concrete person. It means that more of us can identify with him. So I, So let's try to push this guy first, the main character. I think that could be beneficial. Yeah, let's do that. Okay. So let me grab my. Where did I put the glove? Oh, never mind. I'll find it. Find it later. So the glove is on. A new one. And I'm going to work and paint. Paint on that portrait. I'm sorry, I need to tilt it a little different under the, I have to move it a little bit more towards here because then I'm catching a glare and that kind of a really unwanted reflection there. All right. And again, since this is a experimentational painting, well, let's experiment. I'm going to be experimenting also with these blue paper towels. I haven't used them before. Let's see. They look quite sturdy. And I also want to use this. I just oil it in a little bit. Cool. I can actually do the same thing for this guy right here. And the reason why I want to oil in this guy as well is because I'm going to use him as a reference. And I'm thinking, what if I, well, here's a thought. What if I tilt his head a little bit more? Well, I don't know right now. I'm kind of, let me one more time check my notes and the construction is happening. So I don't know how much of that noise you can hear, but hopefully none. And the reason why I wanted to tilt it a little bit more down, it's to make it a little bit more dramatic. But then again, I want him to be a little bit more uplifting, so he's standing strong, and not standing strong necessarily, but you know what I mean, like he's and you shouldn't rush these decisions either, you know, because you don't want to get into a point that that I was multiple times, that you know, that I rushed that decision, and then I realized that, oh, maybe that wasn't the best way to progress. Well, let's see. I have some references there that I was using before, so let's do this. First, I'm going to adjust again proportions a little bit. So I'm going to mix my, charcoal pigment. But I want a little bit more of that warmth into it. And I don't want to go completely black, dark. Let me correct the okay. I think I should start with the nose. This is the tip of the nose. Well, let me put it on the stand, because it's tilted the way that I don't really like, and it's catching a glare. I am kind of disorganized today. I don't know what's happening. So let's get into painting. Let's just, okay, cool. All right, and right now it's not catching that much glare, but it's it's not too high up. Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. So I have a tip of the nose. It's going to be the shadow right there for now. Maybe the nose is too big, I'm not sure. I don't think it is though. Should I show the nostrils and then that means that I could yeah. And then if this is going to be a nostril, it needs to go down here, so again, I'm not going to repaint that face. I'm just going to give it more detail. I'm going to make it a little bit more believable. Not believable, that's not even the... more defined. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to correct certain parts of that painting. I'm trying to find a proper value, proper color or hue rather. And the reason why I'm doing it because I wanted to give him more three-dimensional feel. I want to push him a little bit more towards that. Not necessarily towards the detail, but a little bit more contrast, I think. He deserves a little bit more contrast, a little bit more, you know, saturation, a little bit more. Yeah, it immediately kind of starting to jump out a little bit more. So let's push it even harder. Let me correct that symmetry there. And I started with a nose because I felt that the nose was kind of a very flat area there. And it will take me a while to get, you know, So it might look like I'm destroying that portrait that was there underneath. And well, yes and no, because I have okay. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to deal with these features a little bit. I want to dive into this more. Um, but then I don't want to make him too old because he's not supposed to be old. I want to make him um, I don't want to make him old, but I want to make him rough, well, if that makes sense. And I don't want to repaint the full portrait. I just want to advance on already existing thing. So instead of adding like a I don't want to add more and more, how do you call them, wrinkles on the skin, and some signs of aging. I want rather him to show wear and tear, if that makes sense. Wear and tear by, like that arduous road that was part of their daily routine, actually. And I felt like his eyes and eye sockets were a little too big. And then since I have such a strong warm undertone, because I want them to look like they were walking under the sun. I can use that greenish kind of hue and neutralize that a little bit, some places, especially in transitions. I rather I don't really think about that. I don't really like to think about terminated edge or the difference between difference between dark and light. I don't like to think about that in terms of, oh, it's shadow, it has to be warm. Not because it's not that way. No, I more feel I prefer to think of terminator edges as neutrals rather than just strictly warm or cools, because they feel natural to me. So I'm adding, plus if you think about it, I have a slightly bluer or cooler garment. So some of that blueness needs to be here in there in the painting as well, whether you like it or not. And again, if I don't like that, if I don't like that coolness there, I can always change it and repaint it. No biggie, right? Incremental, excuse me, incremental improvements. Like you said, it's the name of this game. And I have to be careful with the symmetry. I don't want to widen the face. I don't want to make it smoother. I just want to make it a little more three-dimensional. I don't want to repaint it completely. Well, maybe I will. I don't know yet. I just need to turn it a little bit more towards the cool. maybe like this distinction a little bit, and then put, yeah, and then push. Maybe, let's maybe put that kind of a redness on the top of his forehead, because maybe he's burned. Maybe he's burned, yeah, way better right now. Instead of just detailing it, just a little bit more of that kind of a little bit more here, and then let's maybe add symmetry. I'm really trying to keep that values very close to each other, because I don't want that, you know, that much of a definition, oops, in his face. And instead of just shifting values, I'm trying to work with saturation and temperature. And by temperature, I mean I'm asking myself that if I have a skin tone, just a general skin tone, which would be yellow ochre for me, for this particular painting, a little bit of white, a little bit of that vermilion. And how do I know that I'm close to skin tone? Well, this is very saturated skin tone, but I can compare it to my skin. So I'm like, okay, I'm kind of alright. And then do I want it to have a little bit cooler, so I can add white into it, so it's going to cool it immediately, but it's going to lighten it as well. So I have an option to add a little bit of, and that's why limited palette is so powerful, because you can practically get away with these for colors for portraits for sure. So I'm going to keep it too dark, relatively same value, and then I'm going to mix a little bit into that, and I think I can cool it that way without shifting value. But if I'm going to cool it this way, I'm going to also lose that saturation. So knowing your pigment, it's extremely beneficial when it comes to painting. And that's why, you know, painters are talking about the consistency, because it's then you don't need to really, you know, push your or think about your mixtures as much as what do you want to do with that mixture and the pigment and the color. It might be, you know, you might be thinking about that, you know, in terms of like, let's say in terms of piano playing. Imagine that every morning when you want to paint, keys on your piano would be shuffled, and instead of, you know, focusing fully on playing, you have to focus on whether or not you are playing a right key. And for some painters, that's extremely annoying. I don't really care that much, because I don't want to get into that point that everything is same, and I'm kind of, you know, painting, as I mentioned, paint by number. And I'm thinking right now, what if I give him? So I played a little bit with that portrait. It's certainly it's 100%. It's starting to come to life a little bit more, which I like. But I'm not sure if that is if that's the only thing that I have to do in order to bring him forward. What I'm thinking is that this is a soft transition. Into here. What I'm thinking is that I have to start working with the hands again, the arms actually. And I think that this shoulder might drop a little bit. This way. Because I don't want to move this higher up, but I feel that this is way too long from the shoulder to a elbow. This is a very long distance. I think that's what bothers me a little bit more right now. And since this is a weight-bearing leg, this one is behind, that means the contrapposto goes this way, and then I should put this higher and this lower. Well, that's a conundrum right now. Now I can push this. I can go this way here. Well, let me try that. Why not? Why not? Just well, this is the important part when I was talking about that. The moment that you have a texture here, a strong texture, it's going to be difficult to get, you know, to make the changes. And instead of having a texture in places that you want it to have, you will fight with let me perhaps push this a little bit, actually. That might be something that bothers me a little bit more. Just go and push this a little bit, so I'll change it. And then probably I should work on the cross as well, because right now the cross goes all the way in the back, and it kind of, you know, just a little bit, because I kind of made it disappear completely. So let me maybe bring it back a little bit. Just a bit. So it doesn't completely disappeared into your background. Because I want to make sure that his position, it's he's in the foreground, not in the background. He has to be in the foreground. And then maybe I should pump up his beard a little bit. To make it a little lighter, so it doesn't fight, so it doesn't blend together with a little bit of shadows, a little bit of movement left and right. Nostrils. Okay, a little bit of this, so I incorporate those nostrils there. And this needs to go dark. And push it a little lighter here. You see how just again, these little adjustments, they're supposed to really help. It's supposed to help the form, help that oral feeling. And I think that he starts to really pop out from that painting slowly. Slowly, it's way more defined. And by adding the detail, I'm bringing your focus again towards that focal point. Or at least I'm trying to. Let's see if it's going to be successful. And again, I have to be really, really mindful about that symmetry. So again, I'm going to use mirror reflection, and I think I'm pushing it a little too much on one side. Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Mhm. Symmetry, symmetry. And maybe a little bit of that reflected light right here. And it's not reflected light, but a little bit of that. Just to show a little bit of that side of that cheek. So I have something to work with. A little bit here. There should be a little more. Should be a little warmer. These transitions here should be. It should roll into the back a little bit more. Okay, let's think of this a little bit. So, should I push it so we will go from, this is the neck, so I would push it here, that shoulder, a little lower. Can I do that? Can I actually do that? Well, I did it, so I guess I can. And then maybe I could push. This might go a little too much underneath, so I can push it slightly here and put the elbow here. But then I would have to raise this a little higher. like so. So I'm going to shorten a little bit of that. Shoulder, what I actually already did, and then I'm going to slowly cut a little bit from here as well. And I'm not sure if that's really necessary that much, but no, it is necessary. Who am I kidding? Who am I kidding? His arm is so long. And then what if I maybe if I give him a hoodie as well, it will kind of frame him better, because it will give me a little bit more folds. Therefore, I would bring even more interest around here, so I could, you know. Well, let me think about that. So this is his. So let's try that. Let's have fun, right? And I know this is, you know, you might be thinking that this is not the best way to do right now. Well, the painting is, it's okay. Well, we're not in the game of making it's okay paintings. I really want to do a good painting, a painting that really and that would, the reason why I'm trying to do it, because I want to break this monotonous kind of continuous a line there. So you'll go this way, and then you will probably, you know, interact with this. Let's try that, which would give me kind of a darker line right here of a shadow, like so, and it would kind of frame the face. It wouldn't break the overall composition, but it would give a little bit more, it would bring a little bit more attention towards that main figure. And then it would also start adjusting this shape in the middle that I don't like that much. Well, maybe we can try it. Yeah, yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? So. I'm looking for some random neutral gray. How do you know whether or not you have a neutral gray? Well, you can always add a little bit of white into it, right? And you can see. Yeah, I kind of like that. That's kind of a neutral gray. Slightly towards greenish, so that's okay, but it doesn't bother me. And, you know, I'm thinking about more like that charcoal color that I use, or the wine charcoal. So, since I have the shoulder right here, I can maybe push it even more, a little bit this way. A little bit this way, and then show this here. and then maybe that hoodie can go over this, so I'll show another overlap. It's going this way, then straight right here, and then this way here. And then I could create, well, that would be this. Then, because it will give me a little bit more of that, you know, because these, and this was just a straight kind of continuous line, and it was difficult to show what's happening there. And then I can show some folds going this direction right here, so it doesn't, and then perhaps show another folds that are going to be here, so it doesn't look like a one continuous, like a weird garment thing there. Maybe I'll give him as well that, what I'm doing here. I think this might work. Maybe I could put a shadow here. Maybe I could push it all the way here. So it's not symmetrical, so it's asymmetrical. And that will give me a little bit more leeway here. Yeah. So I'm still, you know, and I'm not sure what to do. But definitely I move that shoulder a little lower. That's fine. I think that's going to be okay. I'm thinking about like how to then incorporate this guy right here. This could be this direction. What just happened? So many different options. And I'm not sure what would work best. It's probably so maybe I could push it. Well, what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to really think about how to incorporate that hoodie there. But I'm thinking also how then it would relate to this guy right here. Okay, wet paint there. And then how to push and move this as well. So let me maybe just adjust this. Because it needs to move this direction, so it needs to be smaller or shorter. And then it should go up right here, and then let's put elbow right here. And let's move this up this direction a little bit more. So what I'm doing right now, I'm trying to move this a little higher. little more this way. But not too much, because I don't want to go this is where it's going, and then maybe I should stop it right there. So it's here, 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 and here. Maybe I can make it. Maybe I can make it even smaller. So let me see. I could push it this way right here, and then this way, and this way. So I'm trying to correct that, because I had a feeling that arm might be too long, and it simply was. There's no way around that. And maybe not necessarily that it was. It might be even too big. So you would extend no, that's okay. It's probably the position of this. Maybe it should end here. So let me just correct that. It's going here, and so this is where the end is going to be of that arm. Yeah, I think that's better. I think that's better. And it's going here, and so on and so forth. Okay. Yeah, this is better. And then I could correct this. By just subtracting it. So I'm Control Z, putting it there. Yeah. And then let's maybe make this part darker so he stands out. This part right here behind him. And this is something that has impact on, not necessarily on composition, but on that overall readability of that. Yeah, he felt like very top heavy. That he's like a extremely masculine type there. So I'm just shaving out of him a little bit, which gives me a little bit more opportunities right here to show that figure behind him, which is cool, which is really cool, because that's what I needed. Cool, awesome. And then right now, let's look at that. Oh, let me just play with this a little bit. So I can make this lighter, this darker, and this lighter again. So let's see, I can put this right here. And I'm doing these big adjustments that I wanted to do, compositional adjustments as well as anything else. There's bold brush strokes, just to give it a little bit more of that feel that it's painting, not. Okay, and then maybe a little here. Shape right here, shape right here, maybe a little higher, and then I can go this way, and then slightly here and the back. Okay, cool. So what I'm trying to do, because compositionally, even though I like the shapes and everything as a whole, and then movement, that's all good. That's definitely okay. But then, oops. What was it? Then this shoulder and the line that was connecting the silhouette that was connecting like when you think about the anatomy, we have neck, and then we have a clavicle and scapula, they meet and it creates shoulder. So that silhouette, plus muscles, of course, trapezius and deltoid and trapezius muscle and the deltoid, all this kind of outside silhouette was very plain, and it was kind of the same as this one and then this one. So instead of creating this and this on the into both figures, I'm going to put the hoodie there, and therefore I will change that feel. It's still going to maintain the same composition, but the element, the design within the figure is going to change slightly. It had to be done. It really had to be done, because there was no other way around it, unfortunately. And then I can then show a little bit more of these creases right here where his shoulder is. And then I will push the hand that is holding him even more. And maybe the same thing that I would with the finger on that knight character that we were creating together. I might show a thumb right here as well. That it's going to be, it's a shadow behind him, but this hand is forward, so it's kind of going to shine right here, that thumb. Let me see if that would actually work. Since I'm talking about it. Yeah, it will complete that fourth finger kind of a feel. So right now it's a fifth finger there as well. And maybe, I don't know. But I made the mental note, and if I don't like it, I can always, paint over it with a dark value. That's it. And it might, disappear if it's not, if I'm not going to use it necessarily. So let me have a little bit more of this. Let me add a little bit more of the white, a little of that blue. So I push it towards the green. Which is way too green, so I'm going towards the blue even more. Okay, closer to this. So I will have light value right here. And then we'll go this way and down right here. Then I have the side and this side right here, and then it goes back like so. And then it goes back this way. So this would be the side. Right here. Yep. Cool. Cool. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Let me maybe push this more towards here. Yeah. And then I can add a little bit more this way. Another part. So I created a little bit more of that interest there, so it doesn't feel so plain and seamless. I want to break that, break that form a little bit. Cool. Let's bring some shadows there right now. So it's here, and it will go this way. make a shadow right here, right, like so. And then this, and then right here as I did it. Okay. So this is going to be a new shadow there. Okay, cool. And I don't want to have a hard edge there. So I'm softening it with, I'm softening these edges. I don't want to have a hard edge. On this side. I don't want to have a hard edge right here either. So it's going to go this way, and then it will go up like so. Cool, and then maybe, since this is right here, I can put the shadow right here as well. In this inside part of that hoodie. And it's immediately starting to, you see that the details really starting to make that face. That's what I was trying to do, kind of frame it, or bring that attention to it. And it's, I think of this as a upside down halo. If I would put the halo around his head, he would immediately look that direction, no matter what, because that's such an unusual thing. Same goes for here. I created the kind of a framing part for that portrait. Not framing part. Let me rephrase that. That's not the correct. By adding more detail and bringing contrast right here, I am making or painting or creating or designing, whatever you fill the blank, kind of that pedestal for the portrait. So it's like a it's a stand for on which I'm going to put that crown jewel, which the main portrait is. And by doing this, I also immediately disconnected him from the background, because he was kind of part of the background, and I want him to be a foreground character. And it's again the same thing that I always talk about. It's a connecting and disconnecting, connecting and disconnecting, finding and fine-tuning, and working with that idea of from Harold Speed, unity within variety and variety within a unity. I unified it, and then I created varieties. If these varieties within the unity are going to break the overall composition, I'm again going to destroy them. And I'm going to move back and forth between these two things. And, you know, yesterday I was talking about Velasquez, and his book is right here. And it needs to be opened because his garments are also amazing. The way he painted clothes, it's maybe even better than I thought before I started to paint these complicated garments with a lot of folds. I mean, he really knows how to do it very quickly and effectively. I mean, this is not even painted. This looks pretty bad, you know, when you think about it. Or, you know, it's just the one color and the transparency. That's it. That's nothing else to it. So, and I know that you can't see it, but just reference for you. This is a wow. I'm going to try to pronounce this. The Buffon Don Cristobal de Castaneda. Well, that's what I'm, and it's in Prado, of course, in Madrid, and it's really almost the same size that I have. It's a large painting. It's 198 centimeters, almost 2 meters. So this figure right here that I'm looking at, it's very much the same size of the figures that I have there. And there is no detail there. There's literally zero detail. It's amazing to look at his work. Specifically because of that simplicity. He's really, he isn't bothered by anything that is not important, or rather, not even important. I think that word essential is even better in this particular case. Only essentials are here. Only the absolutely the most unnecessary, let me rephrase that again. Only I'm not going to rephrasing myself. I'm just going to stay in awe and look at his work. But important part is that most of these portraits are really soft. There is literally 2 or 3 sharp edges. Everything is soft, which kind of simplifies everything into the only the key part, and that's, oh, I show the form, eyes and nose and mouth. I have a proper proportion. Well, not he has a proper proportion. So height to width ratio is correct. The distance between eyes is correct, and distance between eyes and the corner of the mouth is correct. The length of the mouth compared to the width of the nose. You know, pick measurements, and he really put these down accurately, and then just, you know, created the form, and that's it, ready to be displayed. Awesome, awesome, awesome. That's so good. I know I'm supposed to paint, but I'm well, this is I think that a great example of what I'm talking about. It's his painting, A Country Lass. It's in the private collection, so you probably won't be able to see it, but it's beautiful. It's unfinished. I'm pretty sure it's unfinished because I see underpainting and like you can see the quick kind of a sketchy feel where the shadows are going to be, and then beautifully sketched garment, or how do you call it, the scarf that that her head is wrapped into. Wow. I mean, this is simply awesome. I mean, this is amazing. I know that I am obsessing with this a little too much, but you know, when you paint and you're working on your own work, and then you glance and see that effortless brushstroke. Oh, those are fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's it. What's what is so difficult? Just paint it. Just paint fingers there. It's amazing. It's amazing, and the softness. Yet a lot of information there. Yeah, I mean fingers. Those are not even fingers. Those are just 2, 3 brush strokes. Done. What? Wow. Okay. Well, that didn't help. No, I'm kidding. It actually helped a lot. So let's get into this painting. Let's try to push this a little more. And again, sometimes, you know, sometimes just, you know, glancing into a book helps, just to, you know, refresh that. So I'm immediately softening all the edges there. So of that. A little bit of these folds, and maybe I could push the shadow right here. That it's being cast by that stuff that he's holding in his hand. Yeah. Let's push this a little bit more. And then a little lighter. Okay, cool. I don't want to overpower that too much, but I still feel like maybe there are some harsh shadows there. But it's okay. It's because, you know, I need to just soften the edges. And then that's it. This is going to be... I could maybe push this a little bit more towards shadow. Let's see. And then maybe even a little bit more here. Right. Half tone and then shadow. It goes here. It meets this part, right? So here. adding a little bit of that, the same idea that we talked about previously, that you have front plane, side plane, top plane, bottom plane, depends on what you're trying to describe. Let's add that right here, so I can see where the shoulder is, and he's starting to slowly come out from that. So I'm trying to push that saturation right now a little bit more, some places, so. So I push him a little bit more forward again against that background. Maybe I could push that background a little darker. And maybe also I should do the same thing right here. To make it darker. Maybe I should use a bigger brush. Yeah, let's push it a little bit. Well, because composition requires that. Can't do anything about it. Okay, I think that we are again slightly changing certain things. I don't want to go too dark with it, but it's starting to look better. It's, you know, he's coming forward slowly towards us, so I'm going to add a little bit more shadows, a little darker values, a little bit more contrast. Let me just, I'm afraid that my cell phone is going to, or the camera on the cell phone is going to probably die. Okay, so I'm not doing anything drastic. I'm just really being true to what I want to show and how I want to show it. And everything that I'm doing is because of composition. There is no other, you know. Maybe I should push this a little bit. Just a little bit. Mm-hmm. Okay, and right now I will have to work on hands, his arms, rather. There's so much that is happening behind them, and I need to, you know, I need them to be a little bit more forward. Yeah. Maybe I should darken his hair a little bit more. More light in the background there. I don't know. Maybe I should adjust this a little bit, this area right here, and I need to figure it out how to work with this part. So the name of the game for the upcoming, well, I don't know, maybe I'll be, no, I won't be able to stream Saturday probably, but tomorrow we have a bad painting Friday. So we're going to do real experiments, and I'm thinking that um, I might address some issues that I have with this. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah, let's move with that um, with that portrait. I'm thinking about that beard and how to deal with that beard. How would I want to describe that beard? Hmm. Hmm. So I will have to do multiple things. It really needs a hand, and I'm trying to think what I need to do. I have a little. You need hands. Maybe. I need work on the hands. I need work on on saturations and on values. That's just Fuha. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should bring the little lighter value around here. Well, let's try that. Let's push. Um, let's push a little bit more that. Screen the brush. Can I push that background that light? I don't know. I guess I can. I guess I can. to stop me. Check this out. I'll just push him lighter. That might work. Well, I want to push him dark, the background lighter, because I want to really bring him forward. So let's see how that going to work. This is again, this has everything to do with composition. I want to soften this edge. Cool. And then maybe if I pushed it even more, I would create. Well, what if I pushed it from here as well? Well, let's try that. Let's see. Let's make it a little darker, a little more. Okay, and maybe, let's see. A little more blue. Well, I think that it really moved him forward even more right now. I don't know if it's, if you can see it on the camera, but it definitely works better here right now. It's getting a little lighter, and I made him a little desaturated right now here, so I'm going to push it even further, even more, perhaps with a yeah. Let me see how does it look in the mirror. Yeah, I think it's going to work. Unfortunately, right now the only thing that bothers me, it's that the portrait of myself that I made it there. Maybe he was not supposed to be there. Because what I'm looking at right now is that I have this distance, right, from here to here, from his eyes to this eyes, it's the same distance, and it's kind of connecting them together. I don't know if that's if that's a good, if that's a good thing. That's what I'm trying to say. I don't know if that's a good thing. A little bit more of those shadows there, so it's a little bit more contrast there. Shadows here, here. Just gonna go into shadow. I'm just putting a little bit more definition there, and I'm searching again for that composition. Where would that be as its best? I'm not sure right now if let me maybe add a little bit more of contrast right here. There's that shadow that it's coming from the it's kind of dispersed right here. So I have a shadow there. And what if I make that stuff like really kind of a light wood kind of a thing? What would happen if it would be light wood instead of dark? Yeah, I think that would be better, because it was kind of a fighting with that with the shadows. Well, these are really the important adjustments, and this is something that when I was talking about not being afraid of changes, because the moment you start, worrying about what's going to happen if I change this. I'm not going to be able to put it back the same way. Well, most likely you won't, but then, you know, you can get to another stage. And I think that this is going to help, because it's kind of nicely going to complement this part. It's nicely going to complement this side right here. So it's giving me another compositional element that I needed so much. Yeah, definitely. Definitely. So let's push it all the way down. Incorporate it fully and completely with this, and let's say that it's all the way here that he's carrying it. Yep. And then let's make this, darker. But like that warm darkness right around here. So what I'm doing right now, I am trying to create a little bit more contrast. So I know how far I can go with my values. Because, you know, it was very close to each other, and right now I want to use that, what I was talking about. You know, you have highlights which are here to bring your attention, but you can do the same with shadows. You can do the same thing with shadows. So I'm trying to bring more attention towards that area of a focal point by adding more contrast. I'm adding more information there. So again, the same thing. As this is my focal point, right? And I want these two figures be the focal point. So I want the hands, I want, of course, portraits, and then hands, because they have important things that they're holding. This guy needs to disappear from there. And he's going to disappear if I bring these figures more towards us with more contrast. But again, I'm not going to put more contrast here. I want more contrast right here. So this all is going to go away, because I'm going to just make it a little bit more continuous or seamless or coherent. And maybe not, maybe that's okay. Actually, that doesn't bother me that much from a distance. Reinforcing some of these shadows here, so I have cool value range, or cool enough of the values. Well, I'm trying to Like if here I'm working only with 3 or 4 values, here I want to go all the way to 10. And again, if I will feel that these values are too dark, remember I worked on that. I worked on that night, or we worked together on that night, and I can just always bring, I can repaint it opaquely, and it's going to feel like it is. Lost edge, lost edge. Ooh, I could do this. Ah, okay, now I get it. Now I get it. Oh, now I get it. Okay, cool. Well, finally. I didn't know what to do with that. Oh, I get it. Right. Okay, it seems like there is a lot of things going on. If I make this a little more solid, is it going to help? Or no? I'm making it less saturated right now because I don't want it to stand out that much. Yeah, I'm looking into it. Mirror reflection. I know. I'm keep forgetting that you can't see me and I'm talking about stuff and you have no idea what's happening. So I have this nice movement, this movement, this. What if I just really push it into dark? Even more, the top part. Well, let's try that. Let's really try that. I'm really interested in one thing because I have this dark shape, this shape that's going here, and what if I add the dark shape here as well, like really dark shape? What would happen? What would happen if that's dark and then he automatically is going to stand out? And I will have a one figure The same, you remember I talked about the hands with the knight character design, done old school videos. I was talking about the hand, that I have one hand that it's light on a dark, that looks light because it's on a dark background, and another one looks dark because it's on the light background, but they are exactly the same values. So I can push these dark values that I have here into him, that immediately would push this guy towards us. And he's dark on the light background, and he's going to be light on the dark background. That might work, I think. Maybe, I don't know. And since he has a cooler color, if I push him, let's try this. This is going to be fun. So I'm just going to grab like a warm dark value, but really warm. Well, not bad. Hmm. Well, let's try it. Let's see. I think it works better right now. I'm not sure, but I think it does. You can see why I use cheap brushes, because this is really how I love to paint. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So he's in the front again. Let's push this little lighter. So it's kind of going to stand out these random shapes here. So I can see whether or not that hand it's good enough. Yeah, it's long enough. It needs to have a better anatomy, but you know, suddenly he's on the front plane. It was kind of melted together, and this is what we needed. Well, and that's what I was talking about. You remember at the beginning I said that I somehow had that feeling that I want to just take a brush and move it across, because I wanted to start work abstractly with abstract shapes and movements and so on and so forth, and I was missing it. And I was worried that, oh, again, I'm going to break all the, not break, I'm going to like a setback all the stuff that I did. Sorry, I need to do this. So I have some kind of idea about how that shoulder is going to be there, or that garment, the fabric rather. Okay, like so. Might be this way, and then maybe I could I have to design better this part, but it's okay. At least I know where I stand right now. So I pushed this. I made the stuff lighter, which was a good call, which is okay. All right. So as I said at the beginning of a painting session today, because I was looking at my work and I was thinking about what's the next step forward, and I felt that something is missing, and that missing part, I believe, was that everything was really close to each other. You might remember. Or you might want to check the previous videos about this particular project. I was working only with the figures, right? So there were two figures here, and I was trying to move them and adjust them and make them better without the background. And I was stuck. I had the background, and again I was stuck because it was kind of all connected together and it was flat. And you know, the first thought that I had, I want to take a big brush and I want to start moving across around, because I want to reinforce that movement with the movement of the brush, right? So I wanted to go, and I remember I said I wanted to go here and here, or you know, in that sense, because that's what I needed. And I did it right now in terms of that I have this diagonal that it's right here, where you know, where the positive space meets the negative space in the dark value, which is right here. So I want to go this way, and then I have the head, everything pointing this direction, and I felt that it's pointing this direction, and it's not curving towards me. So I need to put something to stop that, so you don't go into a background anymore. Right now he's kind of a figure all the way on the left. It's kind of a stopping power, and it's kind of holding together compositionally this one big continuous shape of figures. And since he was too light and he was fading with the background, it kind of felt that it's going here and then it died here. well, not died necessarily, but it kind of faded away. And I want them to be main characters. Well, actually, the composition is the main character, and then within the composition, I want you to move back and forth between them. And I like this, and I'm going back and forth, and I like this. I brought, or I widened the range of the values that I'm using right now. So I kept myself conservative for a little bit too long that I should, or longer than I should, and then I widened that range right now. So I went a little darker on this side, and I went a little lighter on this side, and that gave me that distinction between foreground, middle ground, and background, because it all looked okay, but everything looked like it's on the one plane when we think in terms of not linear perspective but atmospheric perspective. Punching up those shadows and the highlights brought them into foreground right now, and I still have some in the background. So this is something that brings me to that idea that I always talk about, that if you feel that something is wrong, 100% something is not right. That's just given. That is your inner voice telling you, or not even inner voice. That's that observer behind you that is telling you that, wait a minute, you're trying to push this, you're trying to do more like this, you're trying to add, and these slight little shifts, you already add all the heads, and you thought that the heads is going to help you, and they helped to show me one thing, that not the heads and position for the heads are the problem. The overall shape was a problem, or values in this particular case, right? So again, yesterday, everything that I did seemed that it was pointing towards the right direction, but you can think of this, that thinking that adding all the portraitures will solve the problem was wrong. And that comes back to what I always talk about, that 95% of my work are mistakes, rather. So yeah, I will leave you with this, and I will repeat it again, and that will be the end for a stream today, is that really, truly, 95% of my work are mistakes. The important part is to realize that, not even realize that these are mistakes. Take advantage of these mistakes, build upon them, and create something better, a little bit more pleasing to look at, a little bit more expressive. And after all, the only thing that I'm trying to do is to communicate better with the viewer, right? So this helped. Tomorrow I'll come to a studio. We will be working on a bed painting Friday. Perhaps we will do a bed painting digital. So bed painting Friday digital. So you might want to check that out, and we will do some challenge, right? So let's do everything. I don't know. I'm thinking, let's do everything digitally, but only with one brush tool, and just working it the same way that I have here. No Control Z's, no all the cool stuff that you can use in these digital softwares. Let's just think of this, that I have a palette, and I have colors or pigments, and I have a brush, and I can apply the paint this direction or that direction, and that's it. Let's see if I will be able to set that up for us, and we will see how that's going to end up. I think it's going to be pretty fun. That's going to be really a bed painting Friday. So I hope to see you there. Continue with your work, push it even further. Try to do these. Try to translate that feeling of unease inside that something is not right into something productive. And you know, like I said, you can always repaint it. So that's it for today. Take care. I'll see you later. Bye.